hope you are all doing well. I see some people in chat: Ambrose, Klepenko, David, Josh. So let's see. What should I announce? So as a little bonus, I don't know, maybe it'll be like in the invitation to puzzle slot or something. I have been setting some pencil puzzles for Rank's pencil puzzle thing, and I decided it would be fun to record them. So these are like me setting one-ish star pencil puzzles that Ranks can solve in like under 10 minutes is the goal. I've recorded me setting some of them. Ranks just solved the first one, and so Tristan will be putting up today or tomorrow the process of me setting that, and then there'll be some more to come of that, and I'll probably do some more. So I've been sort of going through the list of genres and sort of looking at what I can set and making a like intro puzzle for that sort of thing. So anyway, you should watch Rank's pencil puzzle series, and then you can watch some of mine, my setting videos for those if you want to see how I go about setting like a 1-star Heiwake and whatnot. The Heiwake is the one that's up, but I have set some others as well already. All right, the most voted on puzzle today for us to start with is this puzzle by HilariousHappystar, who I believe is, God, I should know his name, and I can't think of his name off the top of my head now. He has a name. Anyway, someone in chat will probably know it, and then I will be like, yes, that one. But anyway, this was voted for by the supporters David, Russ, David, Luda, and Nordy. So let's have a look at the rules. People tend to have names. Maybe some of them. Okay, so we need to divide the loop into 28 segments, starting at row 5, column 5, and moving clockwise. The nth segment must contain a sequence of digits summing to n for every n between 1 and 28. Digits can repeat if allowed by other things. Row 5, column 5 is counted twice for n equals 1 and n equals 28. Okay, so this is a 1 because it's the nth segment. So I think this is a 1. Although I agree with Jay Dyer, the general philosophy is that it should be a 5. So this is a 1, and it's going to get counted in both of these. So this is the 1 segment. Let's bring out Zach for the 1 dance. Boop boop ba doop. Woo! Boop boop ba doop. Wah! Boop boop ba doop. Wee! Ba doop boo doop boo doop boo doop boo doop boo boo doop boo. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So since we're going clockwise, that means that's a 2, and now that's a 3, and now that's a 4. So these are each like 1 cell sums, presumably, because they don't have another choice. So now this is part of a sum to that. Isn't that counterclockwise? I think that's clockwise. I'm imagining that I'm a clock, and I'm going like through here, just like looking locally at this piece. That's clockwise, right? Yeah, this is if I follow this, if you insist on looking at the outside, then this is still going clockwise by the time it says there. Like this is going across this way, right? That's still got to be clockwise, right? Would not have been I would not have used clockwise or counterclockwise if it were me, but someone will have to do a path integral and figure out whether it's plus 2i or plus 2 pi I or minus 2 pi I to figure out whether this is actually clockwise or counterclockwise. And then we'll know our answer. Uh, okay, so this is part of a sum to 5 now. And I guess this is part of a sum to 28 in some direction. So we know that, like, if I go to do this one backwards, we've got to go at least that far. And these even can't possibly sum to 28. And so these at least now have to sum to 28. Tristan says 27, but it's actually 28. So this is I was counting the one in my heart. So we need at least this many. Can I explain how I determine what is the global clockwise direction? I mean, I just think of it as this is clockwise, right? So if I'm moving in this direction, it's got to be clockwise. But I agree that I probably would have just given the second cell rather than said clockwise or counterclockwise. Or you do a line integral. That's the other way that you can do it. So that might be my. But it turns out that mathematically, the question of like even establishing that a loop has an inside and an outside is very difficult. So these are at minimum 5, 6, 7, 8, which is 26. So that's a minimum of 27. So these are therefore from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And they definitely include a 5, a 6, and a 7. Now, if we were to make these 5, 6, 7, 8, we'd have to make that a 1. Now, it's being pointed out that would make this cell a 9. Tristan says they definitely include a 9, but I don't think that's correct. This cell that's left over is an 8 or a 9. But the problem is that this cell can't be 9, because if I count 4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, this is at most an 8. So just going clockwise means that this has to be an 8. Maybe that's what Tristan was saying. I think Tristan was saying that rather than the math. So that actually gives me the 5, 6, 7 there. Okay, I don't need any of these corner marks, actually. And so now that's complete. Now this is part of a sum to 9. So all of these are sort of one cell sums. And so now we've got a new sum here to 27 that includes at least those 4 cells, at the very least. Let's see. Josh pointing out that 9, 10, 11, and 12 is 42. So if I combine the next several pieces, the next 4 numbers, it isn't enough to get me out of this box. And the amount that I have left over is 3, and this cell can't be a 3. So these are a 1-2 pair. And we can sort of go backwards here. Like that. So this will be 9, 10, 11, and 12 just by minimizing it. Okay, so this 10 is either 3, 7 or 4, 6. That's not the 6 or 7, so that's not the 3 or the 4. This is 11, so it's not 2, 9. It can't be 5, 6 either, because if it were 5, 6, that would make this a 5, 6, 7, 9 sextuple, and that's too many. Or sorry, quintuple, but it's still too many. So this is not 2, 9 or 5, 6. So this is 4, 7 or 3, 8. That's not a 7, so that's not a 4. 4, 7 doesn't work because it would break the 10. So it has to be 3, 8, which then goes back and makes this 4, 6. That seems to leave only, I guess I could have even said like the 6 has to be in here because the 6 definitely isn't in the 12 sum, but this is 5, 7 now. Okay, and so now this is now a sum to 13, so it needs to go at least this far. If these two are allowed to sum to 10, and it could be like those 3 are summing to 10 or something like that. There might be something smart for me to say, like that these are a 1, 2, 4 triple down here. I don't know how useful that is, but I think it's true. Because I think this is a 5, 6, 7, 9 business over here. Okay, so we're going to have a sum to 10, followed by the next sum will be 14. So we've got a total sum of 24 for the next 2 segments. And so 24 plus 13 is 39. So what's left over sums to 6. So sort of we've got the next 2 segments, and then we've got a 6. So that 6 is certainly at least these 2. And it can't be these 3, because if it were these 2, why are we doing 13? Where did the 13 come from? $10 plus 14 is 24, plus 13. 24 plus 13 is 37. Oh, so it is 9. Yeah, it's 9. You're right. So yeah, so there's a sum of 9 left over. So it's not 1 cell, but it could be 3 cells, theoretically. If it were 3 cells, I would need these to be a 5, 9, but that's probably okay. Oh, it's 8. People are now saying it's 8. People really cannot make up their mind in this puzzle. I regret that the chat's math is having such problems today. Okay, so people have now declared 8. Okay, so we've got cells left over that add to 8, which could just be a single 8. 45 minus 37, somehow not 9. Oh right, there's triples here as well. Okay, yeah, but let's look at this vertically. 5, 6, 7, and so these are 3, 8, 9. So that 3, 8, 9 is actually useful a little bit because it makes that a 7, makes that a 5, makes that a 7. Thank you to DWeb for pointing that out. Okay. So yeah, so we've got a run of 8 running into this box, which means we now need 7 more in order to finish the 15, right? And it can't be a single 7. And it can't be more than, it can't be 3 digits either, because that would make these 1, 2, 4, and then it would make these double 2. So the 7 is actually 2 cells back here. We've got a sum of 8 into a sum of 7. These two sum to 7. Let's just mark that. So it's either 3, 4, or 1, 6. That's not a 1, so that's not a 6. That's not a 4, so that's not a 3. There's a random 0 here for some reason. Next, we've got a 16. Which could be 2. Anyway, that's 12. My 16 can't be in 5, so it's got to be in at most 4. Let's see. Eden-Xerxes 13 to 17 gives us exactly 90, which unfortunately isn't useful because of the fact that this sort of leaves the box and comes back into it. Let's see. Now there's a 7 over here. We know this is part of a sum to 27. That's possibly the whole sum and possibly not. This could maybe be an 8, maybe not. Left in box 6. Why does it look like my mic isn't working? Okay, no, my mic's working. I'm trying to see if I can do any fancy Sudokus. So 12 plus 16 is 28. That means the remaining digits in this box actually sum to 17, which is actually a little bit awkward with the fact that the next sum is 17. How does that work? So certainly my 16 sum at least goes this far. And we said it goes at most this far. But if these two add to 17, this just doesn't work, right? These two can't add to 17. Because if these two add to 17, then now this digit is the same as that digit. So we can't go that far, is I think what it's saying, right? So we go at most this far, but possibly only that far. Hey, random guy, welcome. If it makes you feel better, YouTube is confidently reporting to me that I currently have 0 viewers on the stream. So, so you're all a figment of my imagination, is I think the only natural conclusion. If these two let's see. If it's these three that sum to 17, does that create the same problem? These three sum to 17. Then this sum to 17 would have to go, like those could be 8, 9, right? And then these two would sum to 9. That looks okay to me. So I know that this is at least 2 and at most 3, but I don't think I know which one. Let's see. Yeah, that all unfortunately sounds very reasonable. How far do I get out of this box? Maybe that's the next question. So we have to do the math of what happens after the 17. So we can figure out like how far into this 5, 6, 7 triple we can get. Which means I want people in chat to be adding 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and maybe 19. And maybe telling me what that sum is versus 3 times 45. Like basically I want to know how far do we overflow 3 times 45 if we start at 10. Oh, sorry, I think I said that wrong. It's not 10, 11. It's 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Let's see. So, plus 14 plus 15 plus 16 plus 17 plus 18 plus 19, maybe? Something like that? What is that number minus? I'm going to pull up a copy of Wolfram Alpha in another window. Minus 3 times 45. That seems to be minus 26. Oh, so I'm still not over enough, right? So I've got to add a plus 20 plus 21, actually. And that gives me a 15. That doesn't sound right. What did I screw up? I screwed this up somehow. So what I typed in was this. And it tells me the answer is 15, but that's impossible because I can't make a sum of 15 coming out of this box. So I've somehow screwed this up. Oh, I forgot the 13. There we go. That's what I forgot. I forgot the 13. And the 5. So there's actually a plus 13 plus 5 in there. There we go. Okay, so 13 plus 5. Okay, so do that. Okay, so there we go. So there we go. So we're 12 into the 20. That number is 12. So at the end of this, we need these two to sum to 12. With some amount back there still summing to 8. So 5, 7 leaves a 6. Okay, and this is part of the, I'll label this. This is part of the 20 sum. So we're next in a 21 sum. So, so this is actually a sum. So if oh crap, this does not go in the useful way. So this is going to 21. So certainly the 21 sum, I can't be done without this, but I certainly can't go all the way up, right? If I go all the way up, that's already 20. That's too many. But if I go less than this, I don't have enough for 21. So I need these to total 15, which assuredly means that one of these is 3. So that's not a 3. And I either do 3, 8 with a 4 or 3, 9 with a 3. Well, I'm not going to do 3, 9 with a 3. That sounds bad. So we better do 3, 8 with a 4, making that a 9. Why did we switch this to be red? Who knows? Okay, so then my next one is 21. Which is assuredly going to take at least this much, but could be more. Sorry, 22, right? Okay. My fantasy was that this would help. If this extends upward 1, then these 2 sum to 8, and they would have to be 2, 6, which seems fine. If these 3 go up here, it would have to be 1, 3, 4, which also seems fine. Or this could just be an 8, which also seems fine. I do see that by Sudoku, there's a 2 over here somewhere. Okay, Garion was also encouraging us to look backwards through here. So this is part of a sum to, let's write it in, 27. So if we go 27, 26, 25, 24, something like that. Minus 3 times 45, something like that. That seems to already be too many. Oh no, it wasn't enough. Sorry. Plus 24 plus 23 plus 22. Okay, I somehow screwed this up again. Because I have taken this number and it claims that that number is 12, which suggests that the 22 here pokes 12 total into this box, which isn't possible. Oh, no, it's because of this cell. It's because of that annoying cell. That cell stops it. If it didn't have this cell, that would work. But I think instead what it's telling me is that these 3 cells add to 12, which unfortunately is true. Yes, it seems to be telling me that 9 plus 1 plus 2 is 12, which seems to be true. Yeah, we looked at that a little bit, Josh. I don't think it does us any good, but maybe you see something that it does. It tells me that this can't go all the way here. The 16 sum can't take up all 4 of these cells. So the 16 sum is either these 2 or these 3, I think. Garion is noting that this number is 8. If that is, let me double check that that's true. That looks true. So there's a sum to 8 here that's not one cell. So it's either 2 or 3 cells. Let me write a weird note here that we've got these summing to 8. So this would be 2, 6. Or 1, 2, 5. It does give us a weird corner mark 2. Right, and the 2 can't actually go here, because if this is the 2, those would be 1, 5. So there is a 2 in the row, which gives us a 2 corner mark over here that we already kind of knew about. Oh, here's a dumb point that I think is true. I don't think this can possibly be 6, 1, because if this is 6, 1, then I've got a 2 and a 3 in these cells, and that just doesn't work. Because remember, these cells need to be part of a sum to 16. Or sorry, there needs to be a sum to 16 living in these cells, which is just not possible. So this just can't be 6. And I think that's been true for a very long time if I looked at that the right way. Right? Do people agree? If this is 6, 1, then I put a 2 and a 3 in these 3 cells, which need to contain a sum to 16, either 2 cells or 3 cells. So that is a 3 and a 4. Now that seems to have done absolutely nothing, but what can you do? I guess it plops a 3 over here. Actually, the 3 needs to go exactly here, right? Because these are either 2, 1 or 2, 6. And so in all cases, the 3 is there. So these are one, or this cell is 1, 6, or 9. If it's 6, then these are a 2, 8. If it's 9, then that's a 7 and that's a 2. Not one, oh, right, not 1 by 16 sum, because, right, I can't make those two sum to 15 if one of them is a 2. Right, because that's actually a 6, 9 pair, which actually makes these be 1, 2. So that actually does get us the 5 over here, which actually gets us the 5 here. This is from the 26. So now we're in a sum to 25 before that. Oops. Which needs to go at least that far. I realize I'm writing this in a completely incoherent way, that my notes that are going to make it so inevitably I screw this up. Which is a very fair observation. Yeah, if this is 25, then these are 33, which would make these a sum to 12, which could be 4, 8, which seems plausible. DWeb does the math for me, so I don't have to think about it. Yeah, there's a 7 over there. These are only from 278 if I really want to, right? Because if this is a 6, then these are 2, 8, and if this is a 9, then that's a 7 and a 2. So in particular, that means that these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, right. And this number is certainly never 7. That's a very fair point, right? If that were 7, that would cause all kinds of problems. I was mostly interested in what that did over here, but I think the answer is basically nothing. Let's see. Down here, though, we certainly have a 1. That's all we really know. We certainly have a 1, but we already knew that by Sudoku, so it's not super interesting. Probably get rid of the 7. Right. We still have a sum to 8 back over here somewhere. So the sum to 8 is either an 8 here, or it goes up as a 3, 5, or a 3-cell sum to 8 of some description. That could be anything, I think. I was hoping that would somehow provide insight down here, but I don't think it does, unfortunately. Eight, 9 here is too big for whatever it's worth, right? Because these numbers are all at least as big as 4. So these can't be 8 and 9. So I can rule out anything that would make these be 8 and 9, but unfortunately I don't think there was any world where they were going to be 8, 9 anyway. So 25. Oh, sorry, the 27 sum. You're talking about up here. Okay. If these are 8 plus 9, then this sum is already too big, right? Oh, no, it's a 25 sum. I thought it was a 23 sum. No, never mind. Sorry, they could be an 8, 9 sum. I don't know why my brain had sort of short-circuited to make this 23. 8, 9, and 3 is 20, plus 4 plus 1 is 25. Right, we do have sort of an 8 sum sticking backwards over here. This is part of a 26. So we have like an 18 sum crisscrossing back into this that goes at least that far. Uh, of course, now there's a 7 over there. No, there's a 1 down there. Let's see. Chat is saying this is in this 27 sum. Is this because of something about what is possible for 4-cell 27 sums? I don't. Well, I don't think anyone's written out the point about the 27 sum having to grow yet. So that's like 3 degrees of freedom. I don't think I can do this in my head. But there should probably be 3 ways to write a 4-cell 27 sum, right? Something in that vicinity. Todd says all 3 break. Is there an easy way to see that? Okay, so it involves writing in all of these cells. 8. Okay, so can't use a 1 or a 2, of course. So these would be from 3, 5, 8, and they would involve a 5. So yeah, if you have these 3 in front of you, this is disgusting, but I'm going to take it. If you have it in 4, then these are, just by virtue of the fact that you can't use a 1 or a 2, they're from 3, 5, 8, and they have a 5. So therefore, the only possible sum is 9, 7, 6, 5. But it can't be 9, 7, 6, 5 because the other digit that goes with them is not a 9, 7, or 6. So I threw up in my mouth a little bit, but we because this would be a 3, 5, 8 triple, and that's not a 5. In that universe, because of the 1, 2 not being allowed. Yeah, this is part of a sum to 8. And I think I literally can't eliminate any digits from it using the fact that it's part of a sum to 8 somehow. Yeah, unfortunately, these all can be from 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we continue to know there's a 7 in here. Yeah, so this being 2, 8 doesn't work because it breaks this sum to 8 over down here. But unfortunately, this could still be a 3-cell sum. So this is either 4, 6, or it's a 3-cell sum. Sorry. not 4, 6. It's either 1, 9, or it's a 3-cell sum. I guess that tells me there's always a 1 in these cells, right? Because, wait, why did I think I knew this wasn't 2, 3, 5? Never mind. Oh yeah, we haven't even rolled out 4 cells, I don't think. Yeah, I think that's a good point. We can certainly write 2, 6, 8 into this cell. $53 in column 7. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, we do. Sorry, we do have a 3 and a 5 in column 7, so it really can't be, if it's a 3-cell sum, then it does have a 1 in it. So we know there's a 1 in one of these cells. So therefore that's not a 1. So therefore there's a 1 over here. So if it's a 3-cell sum, it's 1, 4, 5, I think is the only option. Can remind me this is 13, and then after 13 we need a 14, and then after 14 we need 8 towards a 15. Oh yeah, this can't be a 2 anymore, because if this were a 2, remember this is part of a sum to 8. I could label that over here. And so the 2 would then have to go not with a 6 but with a 1, 5, but that breaks the 1 over being over here. So no 2 there. Because this is part of a sum to 8 from the 7 left over from a 15. And so it would need the 1, but the 1 is not there. The 1 is over here somewhere. We have established. And so therefore the 2 is in fact also over here. For whatever that is worth. So if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, this is 5, 9, and we know the order. And then this is an 8. I do know for sure that the 8 in this column isn't here, for what it's worth. So the 8 in this column is over down here somewhere. Okay, so Edenzura is doing math backwards here. So we've got an 8, then a 19, and then an 18. So 8, 19, 18 is 45. So therefore, these two need to be part of the 18. I agree with that. That's probably a cleaner way of getting at this whole 17 business. Basically to avoid making that cell and that cell equal. and it can't go further. So we know that this is the amount of the 18 that we have. So there's actually a cutoff there. And so this is the 17, which has to go backwards like this, at the very least. And so basically you've got that cell is equal to the sum of those two cells. Is basically the thing that we know. It can't be 2-8 because it breaks this Pronov, is what we know. Okay, so we've got a 17 sum, 16 sum, and a 18 sum floating around this mess. Emma says this can't be 8 because it breaks the 17 sum somehow. This is definitely part of the 15 sum, but the 15 sum could be 2 cells, in which case it could be 3, 5, as far as I'm aware. Okay, so Emma's point is if this is a 3-cell sum, then the 17 sum is 2 cells, but this cell sees both of them. And so this cell couldn't be 8 or 9 in the case that this is 3 cells. But if this is 8, it forces it to be 3 cells. So this cell is never an 8 for the tiniest of tiny deductions. If row 7, column 8 is the sum of 2 cells from box 6. Okay, yeah, we know this cell is the sum of these two. So, so we should probably write in what it can actually be. So can't be 4 or 6 just by Sudoku. There's no 2 in these cells or 3, so therefore this cell can't be 3. Can't be 5 because there have to be 1, 4. 7 would make these 1, 6, which looks fine. 8 would both. Oh, sorry, no. This would have to be 1, 7 in that instance. And 9 would have to be 1, 8. Was there a 1 in these cells in all instances? Yes, there is a 1 in these cells in all instances because these cells sum to a single digit number. Is the point. And so and there's no 2 or 3. So if there were no 1, these would have to be 4, 5, but they just can't be. So there's always a 1, and they're from 1, 6, 7, 8. Hey, AFK. Welcome to our current hell. I hope you enjoy yourself. If this is a 7, then that's a 7. Does that even work? Because this is part of what? What is this part of? This is part of a 17 sum. I don't think that works. So yeah, if this is a 7 just by Sudoku, that's a 7. And then that doesn't work. So this is not a 7. Also, I agree there should be a circle here. Okay, so we've got this down to 8 or 9. Is this ever a 1? Yeah, if this is a 1, remember that's a 1. Oh, I guess it could still be a 4-cell sum in that case. Never mind. Oh, yeah, this is never a 6 now because of the fact that we got rid of 7. Oops, sorry, it's never a 6. So yeah, so now there's a 9 in one of these two cells. I suppose I could have mentioned some time ago. So there's a 9 up here somewhere. If this is a 9, that's definitely a 9. Yeah, this thing gets pushed up here, right. This digit we know is in one of these two cells. And therefore it's in one of these two cells. And we can't possibly have an 8 in one of these two cells, because if these were a 1, 8, we'd need a second 1. So this just can't be an 8, is what we've concluded, right? This is always a 9. Did I get that direction correct? So these are a 1, 8, which then makes that a 2, 7, 9. So now this is part of the 17. And over here, no 8s over here. This digit just is an 8. Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. Sorry, I just did not pay close attention. I have a 25 sort of written on top of this cell. We can figure out what this digit is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a 6. 2, 6, 9. Now these are a 1, 9, and that one's done. Okay, so this is now part of an 18, so I've got a sum to 9 that's now at least 2 cells. Sum to 9 that doesn't use a 2 would have to be 1, 3, 5, but that seems fine. That 1, 9 looks down, making that an 8 and that a 1. So now this 2, 6 now needs to extend up 1, but not 2. So this is also a 2 or a 6. And that's the actual true ending of that business, of the 20. So then we've got, before the 20, we've got a 19. And before that, we've got an 18. So we don't quite know exactly how that's getting split yet. Let's see, that gets rid of all the 6s over here, which gets rid of the 7, 9 here. So those are a 6, 8. Okay, so we can do a little bit of math now. 14 plus 3 is 17. So we need 8 more. So this definitely is not a 9. And in fact, it's never an 8, so these always connect. And we can't extend further. So if this is a 7, then that's a 1. If this is a 4, then we need 4 more, and then these would have to be 1 and 3, but that can't be a 3. So I think this is always a 7 and a 1, and that one's done. Makes this a 24, I believe. Oh, crap. 1, 2, 1 works. No! I don't want 1, 2, 1 to work. It does seem to work, though. Dagnammit. People are pointing out that I can Sudoku a 4 into this cell. These two cells now would need to sum to 15 if this continued, but it can't, because they can't be 7, 8, or 6, 9. People are putting stop signs, but I think I think that is from the distant past. Oh, people want me to actually write the digit I said in here rather than the digit that I actually typed. But this still can't be a sum to 15. So now that's a sum to 15. And so now we actually know this was a sum to 18, right? So these two are a sum to 9. They could be 1, 8 again. They can't be 2, 7, 3, 6, or 4, 5. So I think they are 1, 8 again. And so that makes this 3-cell sum 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the 7 is placed here, giving me a bunch of digits over there. Apologies to Trevor for my enjoyment of this puzzle, or lack thereof. Let's see. Okay, so that's not an 8 anymore, from the 1, 8 looking up. So now this is a 3, 5, with a 4 up here, because I think, previously established this is never a 4-cell sum. So this comes up like that. So now this is part of some sort of sum. Right, this is done, so this is now a sum to something. I guess we don't even really need to think about the sum. We can just do math. These are a 2 and a something. 2 and an 8, I believe. So it must be a sum to 14, or something has gone horribly wrong. Okay. So 1, 2, 1 breaks now. Yes, because these can't be double 8. Right. So if this is a 4, this would have to go 1, 2, 1, but that makes both of these 8, and that doesn't work. So now this is a 7 and a 1. So that's done, and we can sort of fill this in out, because this is now part of a sum to 24, which is at least these, but it can't only be these, because the only 3-cell sum to 29 would be 7, 8, 9, which it can't be because of that 8 and 9, so it needs to go back at least this far. Speaking of, we've got a bunch of triples we can write in, so we should probably write them in. And 2, 5, 7. Okay, so this sum, remember, was a 22. this was 21, right? Yeah, that was 21. So this is a 22 sum. So these or these need to sum to 11. In any case, this can never be a 9 because that would make the sum already too large. And now these can't sum to 11, so we need an extra cell. That extra cell also can't be 9. Now the sum certainly can't extend into that cell, and so therefore this is a 6. So now we can go back here. So now we're going 21, 22. So this is 23 now. Needs to take at least those cells. Okay. These can't add to 23, so it needs to take at least one more cell. 23 would be 6, 8, 9, and it can't be that. Over there. I'm going to erase all of my notations now, I think. Oh, so now this is actually connected up. So so these do now need to sum to 22. No, 23. That one was 22. These needs to sum to 23. So these need to add to 10. So they're 2, 8, or 3, 7. I don't think I know which one. Okay, so all of that's fine. So now we go over here to let's see, 6 in box 1 seems to be there. Thank you, Todd. Okay, maybe I should label the two sort of box 1 sums. So this is part of a 27 sum. This is part of a 26 sum. I see a nice Garian, and I don't see any comments from Garian. Do I have... Oh, I have top chat enabled. No wonder. There we go. Every once in a while, by default, it switches to only showing me what it deems as the top chats, and therefore it hides people saying that cells are naked singles. I just have to switch it back. Maybe I just have to ask Tristan to set it up that way. Okay, so this can't be a 1 or a 2. It looks to me like it can be a 3. Oh, it can't be a 3 for some reason. Sven sees it can't be a 3. Oh, there's a 3 below it. Can't be a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's a 9. There we go. Because this is a naked single 9. 8, 2. This is a 3, which does give me the 8 and the 3 and the 7 over down there. Yeah, YouTube doesn't have a great understanding of which Sudoku things I most want to see at any given moment. Okay, so this is 26, so that's 8, so I'm looking for 18. I guess I don't know anything about that, so let's see. These are not 1, 2, 3. They could be 4, 5, not 6, 7, or 8. Okay, so this seems to now be a naked single 8, if I understand how that works. So that seems to be a 4 and a 7. Let's see. So these could either be 7 and 2, or I could include an extra cell and make them both 1, is how I think this works. So I think this has to be a 2. And so now this comes over here. I think we don't need this notation anymore. And now we have completed this puzzle as far as Sven knows. Dear Lord. I somehow thought that like the beginnings here would be so restrictive that it would make it sort of okay that this puzzle had miracle in the title. Like there's no faster way to make me not put a puzzle in the bucket than it having the word miracle in the title. Like I could not be less interested in miracle puzzles, but this didn't feel like a real miracle puzzle in that sense. But then it turned out that it sort of I mean, it didn't feel like a miracle puzzle to solve, but that didn't make it fun to solve either. So anyway, we'll be back with a puzzle that we will enjoy even more than this one. So be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. Let's have a look at this Soter puzzle, which features several promising line types in it. I like the aesthetic, the making the hollow versus solid lines for this. Tristan says this was a birthday puzzle for Nell. Excellent. Okay, so I guess I see a couple places where we get Selena's favorite deduction, that if you have a sum of 5 digits equal to a sum of 2 digits, the sum of 5 digits is a minimum of 15, so you actually can't do anything smaller than 6, and so 6, 9 would be exactly 15. Also, you can't put a 7 or a 9 on a black dot. And also 6 and 8, fun fact, add to 14, so this cell can't be a 6 or an 8. And we get the same thing down here minus the part of it that we don't get. Let's see. Is this completely symmetrical? Wait, is it completely symmetrical? But with white dots replaced with black dots? I think it is, actually. That's crazy. I didn't notice this, but I think this grid is completely rotationally symmetric, with just the white dots changed to black dots and region sum lines transposed to Renbon. Okay, so anyway, we can also do things like there's definitely a 1, 2, 3 in here. AFK is excited to note. So these numbers here are at least 4 for what it is worth. Oh yeah, these digits, AFK points out, can't appear on this line. That's a little bit tricky to see. Like this is like something that's a cool proof, but a step I hate in puzzles generally, because I don't think it's a very discoverable trick, but it's a cool trick if someone tells it to you, which is that if you imagine this digit was a 7, I can't actually put a 7 on this line, and the reason for that is actually that the other 4 digits would therefore have to add to 10, but then they would have to add to this digit, which can't be a 10. So anyway, so the point is you can't repeat, if you have this 2 equals 5 business, you can't repeat the 2 on the 5 line. So actually these 2 are over here, meaning that this cell is a 6, 7, or 8, or 9. This cell, by region sum line stuff, is also a 6, 7, 8, 9. And this cell is also a 6, 7, 8, 9. And in fact, if we wanted, we could even black flash this one, or I guess we can't black flash anything, but we can purple flash that one. And we actually know that these are the purple flash ones, and these are the red flash ones. It also then tells us that this sum is not exactly the yellow sum. Yeah, I guess that really should have been a condimenting thing, shouldn't it? Just by general principles. So these are different, at least. And this one isn't on this Renbon. And this Renbon is length 7. So it has everything except 1, 2, 8, or 9 on it. So this actually can't be 6 or 7. This is 8 or 9. I agree with that. The cell is going to be in one of those 2 cells. This isn't going to be one of those 2. This cell's a 3 or a 4. I have not mentioned before. Yeah, we can certainly say these, by the same length 7 business, these are from 1, 2, 8, 9, and they can't be a 9. And there's certainly a 1 on them. which actually guarantees that there's a 1 in one of these cells over here, if you like. So if yellow 8, 9 is 8, then we could have the 8 over there and it would be fine. So funnily enough, that means this cell is always 3 or 9. Sorry, I didn't see how powerful this point was when Eden Zur saw it right away at the very beginning of the puzzle. But it is very true. If this were 3, it would be kind of interesting because it would mean that there wasn't a 3 on this Renbon. But what are you going to do? So it's also true that these two cells are these two cells, right? I don't know how useful that is. The total of 9 breaks. Yes, the total of 9 breaks, right. Right. These are the 2 cells that aren't on the length 7 Renbon. And so if you had 1 and 8 being the 2 cells that aren't on your length 7 Renbon, then your Renbon now goes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, which is a little bit of a problem. So in fact, this has to be 1, 2 with a 3. And we can bring out Zach for the 3 dance. Hey, Juggler, how are you doing? Boop-a-doop. Woo! Boop-a-doop. Wah! Boop-a-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, boo-doop, ba-doop, boo-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And now we've got a 1, 2 hidden pair up here by Magic. Ooh, excellent. Glad to hear you going to that. I look forward to seeing what all happens at SudokuCon. Although I guess what happens at SudokuCon stays at SudokuCon or something. Let's see. So now this doesn't have a 3 on it. So we know it certainly from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 at the very least. Okay, so here I can make a slight improvement to something I said earlier, which is I know this no longer sums to 17. It can only sum to 15 or 16, so there's actually a 4 over in here. And there's a virtual 8-9 pair in this column, because if there's no 8 or 9 in here, that's a problem. So this cell at least isn't an 8 or a 9. Oh, and the sum of 16 is just impossible because of the black dot, right? So the sum just is 15. That's really clever. This is a really well put together puzzle. This just can't sum to 16 is Chat's point, because that would be a 7-9, and we just can't do 7-9. So that means that these just are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one's not a 5. These are a 6, 7, 8, 9 of some description. This one is not yellow. It can be pink. Actually, that pink might be a little too close to the Renbon color. We'll make that one purple. That one's also purple. So these are the other 2 kinds of 6, 7, 8, 9. They're purple. So that one's yellow and that one's yellow. Or green. Take your pick. Yeah, sadly, I know one of these is purple at least, but I don't know which one right away. I know that there's a 3 in one of these 2 cells, which is kind of interesting. That's a good point. This cell is on this region sum line by Magic. Also, I will take the fact that there's a 5 in these cells, so by Renbonicity, these cells can only possibly be from not 5 and not 1 or 2 either, and these ones can't even be 3. So, we're practically almost there. This one can't be 7 or 9 either. I liked that point. That's good. This point is on this Uja What's-It, and therefore this Uja What's-It doesn't sum to 15. This so it sums to 16 or so this isn't a 6, in other words, is what we have learned. So 6 is in fact purple. And so 9 isn't purple, because if 9 was purple, then we would again have a sum of 15. And so 9 is yellow, so we can now put 9s in one of these two cells or whatever you want. Okay. Sadly, one of these two is a 9. That doesn't tell me that that one's the 9. All right, this certainly isn't an 8, points out Emma, because if that digit was an 8, we'd be putting an 8 on my region sum line, and that sounds very bad. In this particular instance. All right, this cell can't be 5 because of the 5 corner mark. That's true. Therefore, this cell isn't 5 because it sees the 5 on this renbon. Good. This cell's not a 6, by the way, because that would make that a 3. I see Todd also spied this. There certainly is a purple digit on here because I'm not putting both purple digits in this box on this this thing. So one of these digits is purple and one of them is not purple. And therefore, this cell is not high. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 because that's all the purple yellows in the column. And it seems not to be a 3 either. So that means this one's not a 3 either. That guarantees a 2 in one of these two cells, which removes 2 from these two cells. Okay, so one of these is a 4 or a 5, and one of them is a 6, 7, 8. And we don't quite know this renbon doesn't have a 3 on it. AFK says not 6. Did we? I don't remember this. We went over how this digit was on that line, but this digit could be a 7, I think. 9 is yellow. So it can't be on the renbon in box 9. Agree. We don't have it on the renbon in box 9. This digit's always even. Agree. Which almost but not quite shunts a 1 over here. Yeah, this Renbon certainly goes up at most to 8 because it doesn't have this digit on it. So it does have a 2 on it somewhere. These digits aren't 1 or 2 because there's a 1-2 pair up there. Looking down upon them. There was an 8, that would be a 9. Eight isn't on the purple Renbon in box 9. If there were 8, it would force these to be 7, 9. Uh, I don't quite see it. Uh, uh, that's a great spot from David. These cells all see 6 by the corner marks, which, by the way, mean that these cells aren't 6 that I just never noted. So therefore, there's a 6 in one of these. All of those see this cell. So therefore, this isn't a 6, and therefore, this isn't a 3. And therefore, one of these two is 4. So therefore, we can remove 4 from that cell as well, and from this cell. That's very slick. These two cells we know are these two cells, so we also know that this cell is, I guess, knowing that it's at least 4 isn't super useful. It's a 4 and a 6, 7, 8, 9, or just 2 6, 7, 8, 9s, I guess it's also possible. Yeah, it was a very slick point, I think. It's being claimed these aren't 4. Yes, that's true. That's true. Very nice. There's a 4 in one of these two cells, and these cells see both of those cells in their own special way. So these are 4, or these are not 4. Very good point there. I see it. It took me a minute. I don't see why this isn't red circle. 3 in box 6 can't be on the Renbon. 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't quite see it. Okay, so that means that this, because remember these two are these two, this is also a 6, 7, 8, 9. Which is getting close to having all of our high digits in this row. I think yellow can be 17. Unlike every other coloring puzzle in the world like this, it's in fact not the case that yellow and purple both sum to 15. Okay, so could do this either way. It would be fine. So there is a 3 or a 4 up here. It's not there. Well, if it's a 4, it's not there. Oh, I know there's a 3 in one of these cells. Just by virtue of the fact that this renbon definitely needs a 3, and there's 3s looking at all the other places. Red circle must go on the middle renbon. You're saying this cell. So you're saying this cell's not red circle? Is that what you're saying? I feel like half of chat thinks this circle has to be red circle, and half of chat thinks this cell can't be red circle. I don't see any at all interest, or any, not interest. I don't see any connection in how I would know any of that. Half of chat is right. Correct. I'm betting on the half of chat that has Garian in it, but maybe I'm biased. Let's see. Yeah, so we have something over here for that. Got our 1, 2, 3. We know there's a purple over here. Right, this purple goes there. Yeah, the 3 is up here in this thing. I guess it's in one of these 3. Oh, that doesn't help a whole lot. Yes, yellow has a 9 in it, so this cell's never 9. I agree with that. 7, 8, 9. There's no 6, 7, 8, 9 in there. That's kind of interesting. I'd love to know something about like the color of these 6, 7, 8, 9s or something. Or like if this digit shows up here, that kind of thing. But I don't think I can quite make any of that happen yet. This digit is moderately restricted in where it goes in box 2. They're either yellow or purple. I agree with that. Yeah, we could yellow-purple color all of the cells that we know are yellow or purple. That, unfortunately, might have been all of the cells that I know about. Oh, yes, these are also yellow or purple. Certainly needs to be a yellow digit on this Grenbon. I guess I also know that like both purple digits are included in these cells. So like this cell's never purple. Or any of those cells for that matter. Unless it's a 9, yet sort of feels like there's always this like one case off to the side where things work out in a way that makes this like, oh, I could just get away with doing the thing I don't want to do. Yeah, one of the box 2 ones is X. I agree with that. I don't have a fantastic way to mark that, but it's true. Let's see. AFK says this always sees an 8, right? Because since that cell's not 8 and these are a quadruple, that means that there's always an 8 in these 3 cells. So therefore, that cell is never an 8. Agree with that. Yeah, and we've got a virtual 8-9 pair in column 6. So like this cell's never an 8 either. Nor is it a 3. We know that this Renban has a number on it that's at least a 6, and therefore that can't be a 1. So that's something. Nor 2. Oh, this is only a length 4 Renban. When I counted it before, it was a length 5 Renban. Okay, so this is a 4, 5, 6, or 7. There's only room for one yellow cell on this Renban, which is that if this is yellow X. But I think we could do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it would be okay. Oh, sorry, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it would be okay. Yes, column 6 is pretty close to having a like 1, 2 hidden pair in it or something like that. Oh, it's not X. It sees X in box 2. Right, this is not X. So there's no yellow X on this at all, which means it can't have an 8 on it, right? Because neither yellow cell appears anywhere on this once we see that, right? So there's no 8 on it. And now we finally get that yellow is an 8-9 pair once we get that. Because once there's no yellow cell on this Renban, now we have to ask where the 8 is in this box. And now the 8 has to be over here because I can't put it in this business. Okay. We got there. That was a nice we got there in a nice way. That was not too painful. Okay. Was not I don't think that was too bad. Once we asked the right series of questions, I think we got there. Okay, so there's our 8, 9 and our 6, 7 up here. Means there's a 7 in one of these cells, but who knows what to do with that. Okay, so these are 17, and so do I know what they are? So they're I guess there's 2 ways to make 17, aren't there? Basically throw a 4 and a 7 or a 5 and a 6 there. That doesn't quite tell you, yes, exactly what this is. Oh, right. So these are 8, 9 now. Thank you. So this is just 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? It's that one that's down there. This can't be a 1 because it looks up at that cell, points out AFK. Uh, oh, it also looks up at a 3, actually. So it's also not a 2. Agree. So the other 1, 2 in the column is sort of got 3 places to float around, I suppose. Not 9. Ah, yes, because there's an 8, 9 in the box. Yes, thank you. There is indeed an 8, 9 in the box. In fact, the 9 in this box is definitely down here in this row, because that cell can't be a 9 and this renbon can't have a 9. So there's a 9 down there. Arguably does something. Right. There's no 8s anywhere along here, actually, because there's just an 8, 9 pair looking at them, which is an easier point than the one that I was just making. So both yellow are on the box 1 for renbon. Yeah, both yellow and both purple. There's 1 yellow purple up here, 1 yellow purple in these cells. I don't think this being 8 causes a coloring problem, but I could be wrong. So row 2, 3, column 1, not 8 or 9? What? This is on the renbon. Yeah, but this cell doesn't. Oh, that cell. No, that cell could just be the 8, because this is. I think this cell can just be the 8. Because yeah, there's a yellow up here. One of these is yellow, but I don't know that these aren't both purple. These aren't both purple. I know that. Yeah, if these were known to be a yellow and a purple, then I would agree with the deduction. Yeah, and we know these two are the same as these two. So we know at least one of them is purple. What now? The 1, 2 in this column is kind of interesting. This number I know goes down there. These numbers go in those cells. Annoyingly, this can still get away with being 4 because although I know this renbon has a 4 on it, right? This renbon goes from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's got a 4, 5, and 6 on it. That cell doesn't see that cell. Trying to see if there's something obviously breaks if this is a 4, but I don't think so. What if that cell specifically has to be anti-knight is an excellent question. Exactly the kind of question we should be asking in today's society. Does this see both yellow? We know it sees yellow X. But I don't think we know that this sees yellow circle. What if 4s have to be anti-knight? This is great. This is how we're going to solve this puzzle. It sees circle in row 4. Right, it does see circle in row 4. Right. Right, so this does see both yellows. So you're completely right, Bear Cub Daycare. Because yellow circle is in one of these 3 cells, all of which see this cell, and yellow X is in one of these. So therefore, this cell is not 8 or 9. It is from 4, 5, 6, 7. Each digit has different rules. That sounds like my Blood on the Clock Tower Sudoku that I've been working on. Or every digit has a different rule and you have to deduce what rule it is. Okay. Can I do more with that idea? So this renbon expressly doesn't have an 8. It doesn't have yellow circle. Oh, sorry, no. I was going to say it doesn't have yellow circle on it at all, but it could have yellow circle on it if it's right there. This is the only place for yellow circle. It's like your Sudoku where every one follows Philomeno rules. There's no way this white dot is useful, is there? I don't think so. Hello, Mr. Triss. Yes, please. Thank you. Let's see. If this is a 4, then these 3 cells are a 1, 2, 3 triple. Is that interesting? That one would have to be a 1 or a 2. The 3 would be down here. This can't be a 7 because of the white dot. This were a 7. This assuredly couldn't be 8 or 9. And if this were a 7, then that couldn't be a 6, because then these would be 8, 9. I agree with that. It's a very weird deduction, but I like it. It really feels like we should be able to use the fact that I know about this large collection of digits that all have to be on this renbon, but that's the cell that sees the entire renbon. And so knowing that this cell isn't 4, 5, or 6 doesn't seem helpful. See, Garian says this cell can't be 8, because then 8 would be yellow X. But in that universe, yes. In that universe, it's there, right? Right. If this cell is yellow X, that cell is yellow X. And that doesn't work because, yeah, so if this were 8, it would be yellow X, which would not work with that. Agree. And this can't be 9 because it would be yellow X, and we'd get exactly the same problem. And do we know this renbon has an 8? Or can it be... No, because it can't be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this renbon has an 8, and that 8 is now placed here. Weird. That is incredibly strange, but I'll accept it. And so we actually know exactly the digits that are on this renbon right now. This has an 8, but not a 9. Or sorry, no, we don't know exactly what digits are on it because it might have a 9. It has a 9 or a 4. We just don't know which one. It does mean that one of these two cells is an 8 just by Sudoku into box 2. So this cell is no longer an 8. You'd think that would do something. But I'm not convinced it did anything, even though it felt like a reasonable thing to sort of try and keep track of, is how these worlds entangled with each other. Well, this cell, funnily enough, is definitely yellow. I just don't know which yellow it is. We do need both purples on it, right? I see 1-8 doesn't work. C3-6 doesn't work. Oh, 4-5 I see wouldn't work because of this. So yeah, if this is a 9, then this can't be 4-5 for the funny reason that it would force these to be a 4-5 pair, but we know there's a yellow, or sorry, we know there's a purple in them. So yeah, so if this is a 9, then these are 2, 7. Nine in this box is in one of these two cells. AFK points out. I mean, 8 in box 5 is even more restricted. Oh, you mean the sums to 8? Yeah, it would have to be 1, 7, or 2, 6. So this is either 2, 7, 1, 7, or 2, 6. So funnily enough, it always has a purple digit on it. Which does have to be the same purple as box 9, I agree, by Sudoku nonsense. 4, 5 would make these 4, 5 for this Renbon that has a 4, 5, and 6, except one of these is a purple 6, 7. It's not the cleanest break in the universe, but it breaks. It's not by any means the dirtiest break in the universe, to be clear. Not the cleanest, but far from the dirtiest. Agree. But it's like, it's that purple. So like this purple is down there and it's here as well, is what we're saying. Just to roughly speaking, keep track of what I think I know about purples. So it's over here in one of these two cells, I guess, if I want to mark that. Can I say much about this other than that it's from 1 to 7? I'm not sure that I can. I do know that one of these two cells is a 3, which is kind of interesting. Yes, this cell, right. This cell sees this purple on the Renbon, that purple on the region sum line, and the 8, 9. So this is, I think it's true. Oh, right. Sorry. It's not necessarily true because we don't know that this Renbon has a 7 on it. Right. Unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, this Renbon can still get away without having a 7. It's got a 3 or a 7. We don't really have any great connection between these and these, I don't think. Oh, maybe the question is, where does this 6, 7 go on this Renbon? Is almost interesting, because it can't go in any of these 3 cells. So this particular 6, 7 goes in one of these 2 cells, which is, you know, startlingly close to being a deduction. It tells me that this cell isn't that 6, 7. Because this Renbon needs that 6, 7, and this 6, 7 sees that cell by Sudoku and it sees that cell by this observation that you made, DWeb. So one of these two needs to be that 6, 7. And so therefore this cell and that cell, which see both of them, can't be that 6, 7. Unfortunately, I don't know that it does anything. But it's close. It's kind of close. Uh, uh, so yeah, sort of like there's a where this is the one that's purple, things get very specific very quickly. Uh, uh, row 4, column 2 is row 2, column 3. Isn't that only true if this is a 6, 7? Our coloring scheme is not great. It is possible we should lose the coloring scheme now that we know these are 8, 9, and try and color in a way that better keeps track of things like that these 2 digits are these 2 digits. Do you know for sure this number doesn't go here? If it's a 6 or a 7? If it is a 9, it goes there. I agree with that. If it's not a 9, then it looks to me like it could go here. Sees both greens. I agree this sees both. Okay. Yes, yes. This cell sees both greens. So yeah, so this cell is not one of the 2 green cells. Right. So this cell is always that cell, weirdly enough. I agree. That took me a while to see, but I agree. These 2 cells are always the same. And we can accompany that by changing the color from green to blue. And therefore, we have made progress. This cell isn't a 9. It did do something. It was not for naught. And we know one of these 2 is green circle, if I want to mark that in my horrendous, ever descending into madness color scheme. just because the rest of these see green circle. So one of these two is green circle. So this is specifically not green circle. So if this is a 6 or a 7, it's the XE6, 7. This is a 4, 5, 6, 7. Do I care at all that this is a 4, 5, 6, 7? I feel like I've seen a lot of cells that are 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm trying to see if I can somehow connect 6 7s across these things. If the 8 isn't here, it's on this dot. Is that interesting? That feels like that might be interesting. Maybe not. Feels close to being interesting. And if this is a 3, this is a 3, and if it's a 4, yeah, this cell is one of those two. And we know which one based on what value this actually is. If this Renbon has a 4, it goes in one of those two places. I'm trying to look at see things I haven't really thought about how this black dot relationship works in its two possibilities, and maybe I've missed some profound relationship there. But I don't think so. If this is a 6, then it makes that cell a 6. Is that somehow a problem? Because this Renbon definitely needs a 6. So if this cell is a 6, it actually makes 6 this digit, right? Because if this cell is a 6, it puts a 6 there. Oh, no, sorry. It makes it not that digit. Oh. Oh, if this is a 6, this Renbon doesn't have a 6 on it. Through complete and utter nonsense, right? Because if this cell is a 6, the only cell for a 6 that possibly exists on this Renbon is there. And now I need to put a 6 down here, but the 6 that's down here is not possible because that cell's a 6 in this universe. So yeah, this cell just can't be a 6. I wonder if there's some coloring scheme that makes this more clear. It's possible that there is a coloring scheme that makes this deduction a little bit easier to stomach. But I think we have learned that this cell is an 8 and that cell is a 4. Okay, so circle is 9. I bet there's a way to color this that would make that a little bit clearer. So that's a 7. Okay, so these are a 5, 6. That has become the 9. We can uncondiment these things. Okay, so that's a 5-6 pair on this Renbon, so therefore that's a 7. And with the 5-6 pair, this is not a 5-6 or a 7, so that's a 4. Blue is 7. This is a 2, so that's a 4. So that's a 1, and that's a 2. So that's a 1 and a 2. Okay, I can uncolor blue now. Okay, now this Renbon needed a 4, and that 4 is now down here. So that means there's no 5 and there's no 6, because I needed these to sum to 11. If I recall correctly how that worked. So this is not a 7 or a 3, because if it were a 3, I wouldn't have my 5 and 6. So that's the 3. 4, 7 looks up and makes that a 6 and that a 7, which remember meant that these had to be 1, 7. Sorry, they had to be 2, 7. Over here. Oops, no 7 in that cell, apparently. These are a 5, 6 pair. This needs a 2 or a 4. Oh, and it's a 2. We know. No 2s. The 3 is horizontalish. The 1 is verticalish. No, it's not quite verticalish. But that's not a 4. And this is a 3 or a 5. Is what I think we know. There's a 7 exactly here by Sudoku. These digits are 2, which has to go there, and a 5, 6, which has to go there. Oh, I can get rid of this little line as well. This little line of mine, I'm going to let it shine or something. Let's see. This box has... Well, let's see. Let's do this one first. This one has a 1 and a 3 left. No. Try again, Zeta. This one has a 1 and a 4 left. There we go. That sounds better. And a 5, 6, 9, and the other thing, which is a 3. So those are a 5, 6 pair, so these aren't. No 5, 6s over here, so therefore no 4 on this. This is a 7, 8 pair. So therefore that is a 2 and a 7 and a 1 and a 2. So that's a 4, which rules 4 out of all of these cells. These don't have 7s. That's not a 9. That's not a 2. That has made that a 7 and a 4 over there. These are a 3 and something else, but the 3 has to go there. So the 3 on this Renbon goes over here, so that's a 4. That's a 9. No, it's not a 9. It's a 2. It's a 2. So now this Renbon has a 2 on it, which is actually there. Okay, so if this Renbon has a 2, that means it doesn't have an 8, right? No. 2 and 8 is still fine. Let's see. This is a triple. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 1, 5, or 6 as well. There's a 6, 8 over there somewhere. see. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, and this is a 5 or a 6. Am I coloring 5 6s now? I might be coloring 5 6s now. That one is the circly 5 6. That one's the xy 5 6. Did that not help? That might not have helped. Oh, it did help because I now know this digit's not a 6 because it sees both 5 and 6 of both flavors. Excellent. Okay, so that's a 3-9 pair. So now that makes that a 5, which makes that a 1, which makes that a 4 and a 3. That a 9 and a 3, which now does indeed unravel this. So the X's were 6s, the circles were 5s. That's a 9. It's 8 and 9. So now these are 6s. And so that is a 3. That's a 9. Let's see. Legitimate Businessman knew where 3 was in this box by Sudoku, I think. These are a 5 and an 8 of some disposition. Let's see. That's not a 5 6. That's not a 5 6. That's not a 6. That's not a 5. Not a 6. Not a 5. Not a 9. Okay, let me just mark the rest of the grid and see if anything useful happens. So that has become a 5. These are a 1 6 pair, so that rules 1 out of here and 1 and 6 out of here, which has made those a 7 8 pair, which has made that a 4. I guess that 4 was just sort of placed there if I just sort of looked at it correctly. This Renbon needs a 6, and we know where it is, right? The 6 can... This is the only cell that seemingly can be 6 on this Renbon. Oh boy. The beginning of that was beautiful, and then it just sort of degenerated into, I think, us missing something for an hour. So I definitely don't think the thing that we were looking for, or I don't think the thing we found was the thing that we were looking for, to put it a different way. I think there's probably like 100 different ways you could color this puzzle, and I bet the way the setter colored it made this weird deduction at the end much clearer, because of the fact that you kind of want to color the 6, 7, 8, 9s in a bunch of different ways. But yeah, the last bit there was pretty rough. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with another puzzle. So see everyone in just a moment. welcome back. We have a Nicholas Duhalel Rosini puzzle. So if you have not seen Rosini before, oh god, it's a Rosini puzzle with doublers. I didn't see that there were doublers. I was like, I'm going to pick something fairly tame looking. I'll pick a vanilla Rossini thing. Clues are a bit cut off. Oh. Yeah, that runs a little bit into the things, but I think that's probably good enough. Grid better have modifiers or it'd be very broken. Okay, so every digit gets doubled once. Every row, column, and box gets a doubler. Green lines have differs of values differing by at least 5. Pink lines are Renbon. But the Rossini bit tells you that where there's an arrow, it tells you that the numbers strictly increase in this direction, which I do agree might be a problem without modifiers. And likewise here, they strictly decrease. And there's a negative constraint. So wherever there's not an arrow, we have to do that. So let's start by looking at this. And note that normally German whispers alternate in parity. But this can't do that because they strictly increase. So this is a minimum 1, minimum 6, minimum 11. That means this cell has to be a modifier cell. And exactly the same logic applies down here. That cell has to be a modifier cell. And you can't put modifiers in a row, column, or box that already has one. So all of these are your usual not modifier cells. And we said these are at least 11, so we know that these are at minimum a doubled 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. To do that with. Now, that means that this digit, by the way, remember we said this has to strictly increase. If it doesn't, then we've got a problem. So this is at least 6. However, we now strictly increase going down this column. So in fact, these are vanilla cells. So we've got sort of like a thermo where this is at least 6, this is at least 7, this is at least 8. But of course, this is at most 9. So that's at most 8. So this is at most 7. So we can sort of pachinko our way back down there. And of course, this now has to be a 1 or a 2, just by virtue of that. Oh, double 5 is not enough, by the way. Fun fact. Double 5 is not 11. It has been claimed by chat. So that's actually a good old-fashioned quadruple. So these are just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, in order to use the negative constraint, I can't have this be a 5 or that be a 1, or the negative constraint would be correct here. Or sorry, the negative constraint would be wrong. Whatever words you want me to say to make you at ease in your head, pretend I said those. Okay, now on here, actually, we get a similar thing where now this is at least 1, this is at least 2, this is at least 3. So actually, this number is at minimum 4. Which means this needs to be at least, sorry, this number is not minimum 4. This number is therefore minimum 8. So this needs to be at least 5 more than 8, which means we need to be doubling at least a 7, I guess. On the other hand, this is, of course, a maximum of 9. So this is a maximum of 4, maximum of 3, maximum of 2. So, oh yeah, this cell can't be 2. People are pointing out because it would make that negative constraint go. Got this over here, like that. Okay, I think I did my math down here correctly. That was at least 3. Yeah, I think this can get away with being double 7 if it wants. Okay. So, what can we do? So this number here is, by virtue of the fact that I've got 3 low digits here, this is at least 4, so this is at least 5, so this is at least 6 in value. Oh, no, sorry, that's not quite true. Oh, I can't repeat values, right? So I think it... No, I could. I could repeat values. Never mind. Sorry. I could do like a double 1 and then... No, that's not going to help. No, repeating values doesn't help because in order to repeat a value from 1, 2, 3, 4, I need to use a 1, 2, 3, 4 and double it. So I think I stand by my statement that this cell is at least 5, and therefore this cell is at least 6. Okay. Okay, so people are looking at box 7. Seems slightly unmotivated, but we can look at the same thing in box 3. People want to know how I can have these be strictly increasing. And so the only way to make these strictly increasing is to make these 2 cells have the same value. And therefore, one of them is a doubler. So is what I first saw Emma saying it. But same idea over here. So one of these 2 is a doubler. Like that. So we get all of that going on over there. So yeah, it's a small doubler and an even digit. Yeah, there's an imaginary black dot or and whatever color the Kropke dot is for these 2 cells are equal. Okay. This digit's either bigger than both of those or smaller than both of those. Let's see. Increasing to there. Right. I guess we can just fill in all of the possibilities, right? Because this has got to increase. So, and these 2 digits need to be odd because we need an even digit in between. So that one can't be 9. That one can't be 1. So we could stick a value of 4 in the middle. With a 2, 4, you stick a value of 6 in the middle or a value of an 8 in the middle are the options that we can do. But 1 doesn't work, right? Because if I put a 1 here, then that's a 3 and I need a value of 2, but that requires a second 1. So actually we can improve even better than that. So that does mean that this cell is bigger and that one's even bigger. Oh, sorry, this one can't be a 9. And so the value in the middle is either 4, 6, or 8. So these are from 4, 6, 8. And the digit that's doubled is 2, 3, 4. Oops. Oh, right. This digit, right. I have to percolate this backwards, right? This can't be a 9 because of this. and therefore this can't be a 7, and so that actually halves the number of possibilities. So it's either a 4 or 6, with a double digit of being 2 or 3. Sensible. Let's see. So Eckbert is pointing out the point is one of these two is 5, so therefore these aren't 5. And now because we earlier removed 5 from this cell, we actually get a 5 over here. And we can do exactly the same thing with these cells, except now that one's not a 5. And again, this is the bigger one, so this one's not 9. Again, this can't be 1. Oh, we got a dance. Sorry, I missed the dance. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So again, this can't be 1 because that would require these both have value 2, which would require an additional 1 and a 3. This can't be 3 because it would put a second 5 in the column. So here it's actually the 7 that's gotten corner marked. And the possible values here are 6 and 8, which go with a 3 and a 4. Or sorry, a 3 or a 4. And so that actually lets me now use the virtual 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple to place the 9 there. I now know one of these for sure is a 7. So that's never a 7. This digit's now low because of all of that. Funnily enough, I can put 4 in the middle of this whisper. I can't put 5 in the middle of it, though, because these two are sort of like an honest whisper business. So, yeah, so this is high, just straight up no weirdness. Yeah, all of these we can sort of fill in are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But this one's going to easily be smaller than both of those, so that's not going to be a problem for the negative constraint. Okay. Yes, all arrows are given. Is this being a 6 work? Yes, annoyingly, right? If this is a 6, that's a 7, and the difference is 12. That's sad. Okay, well, this certainly isn't a 1 because of the arrow here. Right, we can do more with a negative constraint now that we now that we've placed the 5, because now this cell can't be a 4. And so therefore there's a 4 in this row, which rules 4 out of this cell, which is almost but not quite useful as far as this. I guess that means this cell can't be a 2 because of the way that that all worked over there. We get that there's an 8 in one of these cells, somewhat unhelpfully. Let's see. This digit is at least moderately large. We did it. We marked 8 in a fully unclued box. We did well. We did well. Yes, this can't be a 6. This is a good spot from. Do you know that's not a 9 in that instance? I feel like that could be a 9 and it would be okay on the negative constraint. Uh, uh, this number is also big because we've already got 3 of 1, 2, 3, 4 in the box. So this could be another 1, 2, 3, 4, but this number is certainly at least 5. I'll mark. And it's not a 7 because of the corner mark over there. And we do have this sort of funny thing where we know the middle digit isn't the same between these two. So we're getting to this number isn't an 8 because if this is an 8, we know this number is. Oh no! It could be 4. But this number. Oh no! Then this number could be 6. Never mind. Okay, this cell can't be a 7 because if this is a 7, then we go 7, 8, 9 up there, and we have the problem that therefore this cell has a value of 6, but we don't have anything smaller. Okay, I like that. That version is much cleaner than the other one. Yeah, this being 7 exhausts all the ways of making this cell larger than 6, which it would have to be in the process. So that's a 5 and that's a 3. Which removes 3 from both of those, and in fact removes 6 from there. And so in fact now this is a 2 that's doubled with a 4 that's not. So that is a 4 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3. Unfortunately, knowing that that was a double 2 didn't help me over here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess that's probably was not worth bothering to mark in. But this one certainly isn't the 1. Because if so, that would be a correct one. So there's a 1 in one of these two cells. And we actually have a quintuple here of 1, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so therefore, this is a 1. Sorry, not a 1. This is a 3, 4, 5 is what these cells are. And these cells are an 8 and a 6 and a something else. 7, I think. Oh, it's because I didn't put 9 somewhere. Oh, it didn't actually change anything. But you're correct. And it would have screwed me up later. I forgot to write 9s in. It's still a quintuple. So these are still 3, 4, 5. These are still 6, 7, 8. And so these are a 1, a 2, and a 9. I don't think there is a negative constraint in column 8. We don't have a way of marking that these two are equal. This isn't 1 by the negative constraint. I swear we did that before. It's not 9 because of the triple in the row. One of these is a 6 by the triple in the row. So therefore, these aren't 6. Ah! Therefore, these aren't 6. So there is a 6 up here somewhere. Oops. This certainly can't be 9 by the negative constraint. I agree with that. One of these two is definitely 9. Can't be 8 either. I agree with that, actually. Because if it were 8, it would make this smaller. Yeah, okay. So that actually gets me my... Oh, I was going to say that gets me my something, but I don't know that it does actually get me my something. Oh, yes, this is not 6 by the German whisper. I kept checking this and not checking this. Right. Thank you. Yes, 6 and 2, not far enough apart. It's there, no 7s there, no 1 there. These are an 8, 9 pair. Okay, no 6 over here. Now there's no 4, 8 here. So now these are a 3, 6. So that's going to get rid of all the 3s in here. And we've got a negative constraint here that we can use to make those 9 and 8. Which has made that an 8 by Svenage. I can give you multiple proofs that this cell isn't 2. 4 is not far enough away from 8. I'll remember regular German whispers eventually. So this cell's bigger than this one, so this one can't be a 9. In fact, this one now has to be at least a 6. Can't be 8 or 9. So this is a 6 or a 7. And it's not a 7 because of the across. So that's a 6, making that a 5, making this... Uh-oh, we broke it. How did I screw this up? Oh, it's because there's a clue there. Okay, that part was right, but there's a clue here. I applied a negative constraint to a row with a clue. That's how I broke it. Yes, that is the answer. So Okay, so this cell is not able to be 3 or 4. It's not able to be 8 or 9. So this is a 5, 6, 7, which makes this not a 5 at the very least. This is never a 7, remember. Okay, so these are... Oh, one of them's a 4, and it's there. Chat has pointed out. Five, 6, 7, 9. Okay, now there's a triple in this column because we've got a 6, 7, 9 is what's left in the column. So now these are 2, 5, 8. And this one's not a 5. Oh, right. This isn't 7 by negative constraint. And in fact, I can't even do 5, 6. So in fact, actually, got to do it in that direction. So that's a 9 and that's a 7. So that makes that a 7 and a 5 and a doubled 3 and a regular 6. Can gray all of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 4, 8. Perfect. So that makes that a 6 and that a 7. Let's see. This is also a triple. 1, 3, 6. No. 7. 1, 3, 7. Okay. Oh, I should fill in this column as well. 4, 6, 9. Okay, well... Oh, this could be a doubled 4. Should work out okay. Probably is a doubled 4 if we're being honest with ourselves. This cell needs to have value at least 6. Which means the number in it has to be at least 3, but it can't actually be a 3 because we've already used a doubled 3. So we can certainly fill in 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in this cell. I don't think that's true, Luna. This could be a 7 with this being a doubled 9. Yeah, it just doesn't tell me anything about this cell, Eckbert. Right, we've got an arrow in this row. For some reason, my brain's just not processing these ones that are slightly hidden behind the control panel for me. Right, this is not an 8. This is not a 1. Being told this is only an 8 or a 9. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this is only an 8 or a 9. And now by negative constraint, this has to be the other 8, 9. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 3, 7. These are 1, 2, 4, it looks like. And apparently of the 1, 2, 4s, this one's only 4. These are 5, 6, 9. I don't think I know anything about that yet, though. I know this isn't a 4 anymore. Ah, right. The 1, 2 we get by the negative constraint. Thank you. The digit here that's doubled is a 1, points out Luna. I agree with that. I'm going to mark a 1 there in the corner. We'll see if I can remember that that's what's going on. Column 6 arrow, row 7, column 6 isn't an 8. Right. Agree. These are 3, 6, 8, 9. These are 1, 7, 8, 9. This one's certainly not 7, 8, or 9. So this digit just is a 1, I think, by this arrow, right? This number needs to be smaller than that one. The only way that works is if this is a 1, which actually places a 1 over on this whisper. 1 doesn't go next to 2 on a whisper. It is good to know. It is 4 or 9 that is doubled in this box. Do we know it? Oh, yeah, we do know it doesn't double the 2, right. We've already doubled 2 and 1, so we're doubling a 9 in here. Several people in chat are working to get me to understand. To good effect, I would say. So yeah, it's the 9 that's doubled here. So now here, we're now no longer doubling a 6 or a 9, so we're now doubling a 4. Funnily enough, we could throw it over there. So we've doubled 3, 6, and 9. So the only thing we can double here is an 8. So in particular, that cell's not doubled. We do have an 8 that's doubled in one of these 2 cells. And so that means the digit that's doubled here is the other one, not 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 5, right? Got 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yep, so this is a doubled 5. The doubled 5 could barely go on the Renbon. Would be fine. We know there's a 7 in one of those cells, although I don't think that's very useful. Oh, right. That 8 looks down, making that a 9. My 3, 6, 8, my 7, 9 kind of thing. Oh, this can't be the double one, because the double one would not make this Rosini thing true. So it can't be a 1 at all, in fact, by the Rosini clue here. Right. This cell is just never a 6, because if it were a 6, it would be an undoubled 6, Luna points out, and that doesn't work on the German Whisper. So in fact, this is an 8, which means it's the doubled 8. So we can gray all of that stuff over there. Oh, sorry, and that one. Okay, so this one's not the 4 anymore, because the 4, remember, is doubled. Quite tell me what's going on there yet. This can't be a 3 if that's a 4. We know. This has been a lovely puzzle. Ah, very, very clever. This being, right, we know these aren't 5 as well. But Garion points out if this were a 7, that would be a 9, and that would break that cell. So this isn't a 7, it's a 3. Okay, that does mean this isn't a 6, because if this were a 6, it would be an undoubled 6, and then that this whole Rosini thing would be true. And so now this number is smaller than 3. 2 is famously smaller than 3. That does gray all of these cells, which makes that a doubler. This not a doubler. So this we said was a 4, so that's a 9. It's a 6. So that is a 2. Like that. This now has to be a 6 just by the Rosini clue. So that's a 6, that's a 3. Oh, this isn't a 5 because it's got a 5 looking across at it now. So that's a 4 and that's a 5. This is a triple now of some digits. Mark will tell us which ones. It is a 2, a 3, and a 5. Might as well fill in these, although they'll be a little bit messier. Okay, this digit's high. So this digit can't be a 1 for sure, by virtue of the fact that there's a 6, 7, 8, 9 on this. And it can't be 4 either, because remember, this Renbon can't switch from low to high in this box because the 5 in this box is doubled. Therefore, this digit needs to be high, and so it needs to be the doubled 5 is the only option. Very nice. I mean, we all knew it was going to be the doubled 5 that was on the Renbon, let's be honest. One does not set a doubler puzzle with Renbon in it without putting a double 5 on a Renbon. That is just not how it's not how setting puzzles works. Okay, so the 9 is now placed here, because the 9, remember, is doubled. So that is the doubler, and that therefore is not doubled, and that therefore is doubled. So it's a 1. So if I come over here, we can do that, do that, do that. Let's see. Let's make that a 4 and a 1. Let's make that a 3. This number needs to be bigger than 7, so it's a 9, it would seem, making that a 6 and a 7. 4, 5, and 6. That was absolutely lovely. Yes, I agree. Everything in there was very nice from beginning to end. I'm going to take a quick break, stretch, and come back, and we'll do another puzzle. So be back in just a moment. Hello, everyone. We have here. Oh, I need to move the grid back to a normal grid position. One moment, please. That is not the right way to move the grid. I'll try again. How about this? We are gridding. We are gridding. There we go. We can grid it down a little bit. There we go. That looks reasonable. All right. We have ourselves a little bit of an arrow puzzle. Oh, I can turn on row column labels, then I'll probably have to move it all again. Yeah, we'll have to move it down a smidge more. Oops. Come up here, please. Oops. And then I touched it with the mouse, so then it got completely wrecked. One moment. Buffering, please hold. There we go. Okay, I think that looks good. Okay, so let's find our 6, 7, 8, 9 arrows. Try these. This one at least isn't a 6 because these three are already sewn to at least 6. So in fact, that one's a 1, 2, 3. We could try doing like a low-high coloring if absolute need be. Let's see. What else do we see? It seems like I want to think about this arrow. Ah, yes, there we go. That's the point. I'm supposed to think about this. I'm supposed to ask the question, I think, what is the smallest number that these cells could sum to? Because these arrows have the same sum as these two cells. And the smallest number that they can sum to is 17. And 17 happens to also be this sum. So in fact, these are an 8, 9, and these both need to be 1. And we can bring out Zach for a 1 dance. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Woo! Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wah! Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wow! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And so now we know that these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we know that these aren't 1, I think. Yeah, because we know that this 3-cell sum definitely needs a 1. In fact, right. Okay. So yeah. So Garion is actually saying, now look at this arrow. This arrow actually needs to be that exactly. I agree with that. So that's a 7. In there, and that places the 1 there. Removes the 7 over there. Places a 1 there, which now actually makes this a 9, 2, 3, 4 arrow. That's beautiful. This is a great puzzle. So that is an 8, and that is a 9. So now these two need to add to 7. And these two need to add to 8, and it'll work no matter what I do. As is the usual, I suppose. Get rid of this coloring for now. Okay, so this is either a 1 or that's a 9. Oh no, these add to 6. It still works. Oh, these do add to 6, and that tells me what they are, right? Sorry. These add to 6, so I do actually know what they are. They have to be 2 and 4. And so these are 3 and 5. These digits are something. They're not 3 or 5. That one's probably not a 2. That one's probably not a 7. This one can't even be a 6 because that would be a 1. So this is always a 2 or a 4. So this is never a 4 because of how that would work. That would make these be 2 and 2. That's a 2, 4 pair, so this isn't 2 or 4. And now this number could be 2, 4, or 5. I guess there's still lots of options for that. As far as I can tell, at least. Let's see. This number is at least 5 by virtue of the fact that these could be 2, 3. And in fact, this number that's at least 5 is also at most 5 because it sees 5, 6, 7, or sorry, it sees 6, 7, 8, 9 in the row. So this is a 5 with a 2, 3 in the column. So this number here is a minimum of 4. And in fact can only possibly be a 4 because it can't be a 5. So that gives me the 2, 6, 7, 3, 2. This is very well put together. Okay, so these are the 8 and 9 in this box. These are the 2 and the 4 in this box, I think. And these are the other ones. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 5, 6. But this one's not a 3 because it's got a 2, 3, 4 triple in the column. Yes. Not Gary. AFK points out this cell's not 2, 3, or 4. So therefore this arrow needs a 1, which goes there. And therefore the arrow certainly can't sum to 6 or 7. And in fact, this number is always 2 or 3 because this number is at least a 5. It's only able to be a 5 or a 6, no matter how hard it tries. All right, this can't be a 3 because if it was, it would make those a 2, 4 because of that triple. Good spot there. No 1s along this arrow. So this is at least a 5. No 1s along this arrow, so this is at least a 5. Let's see. There's certainly a 9 in one of these two cells. Who knows which? It's a mystery. Oh, right. This number is at least 5 already because of the 2, 3, 4 triple that I mentioned. So this number is certainly not a 5. So this is minimum 5 plus 3, actually, which is just 8, which is the thing. This is gorgeous. I don't think I've done an Alex C puzzle before, but this is great. This is everything I look for in a 2-star arrow kind of puzzle. Okay, so now this can't be 5 because it would have to be 2, 3, and this cell can't be either. So that's a 9, making that a 9. Okay, so these are either 2, 7, or 3, 6, or 4, 5, each in one order, but who knows which one. Okay, this number is at least a 4 plus 1, so this number is at least a 5, but it can't be a 5, so this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. Not a 9, sorry, 6, 7, or 8. All fine. Okay. We do have a 9 over here, which together with that 8, 9 means one of these two is a 9. Not sure that's immediately useful. The 8 in this box is sort of shunted into one of these 3 cells. Which actually, yeah, I'm supposed to say this is where 8 and 9 in column 8. 8 and 9 in column 8 are just here. It's the only spot because this number is at most 7. So that means this column, all it's got left is 1, 5, and 6. This one's not a 5. And this can't be a 6, because if this cell's a 6, I would need this to be a 1 or a 2, and it can be neither. So that's the 1. And so this is a 5, 6, or 7, based on what that is. It's not a 6, so therefore that's not a 7. It's a 6 or an 8. And the 1, 5, 6 arrow breaks that cell. Very cute. Yeah, the 1, 5, 6 arrow makes that have no fill. So that's actually 8, 7, 9, 8, 9. Okay, so these are 4, 5, 6, and 3. Okay, that was messier than I needed to. Oh. AFK has been repeatedly telling me to do the box 2 arrow, and I have heard every single time the box 3 arrow, and I kept being like, I'm doing it, I'm doing it, I'm doing it. And then I did it, and then I still had AFK telling me to reevaluate the box 2 arrow, and I was like, what else can I do? It's all filled in. But no, this is not box 2. It is a fun fact to know. So this arrow, in the other box 2, seems not to be 1-8. It can't be 2-7 because of that cell. It can't be 3-6 because of that cell. And so it's 4-5, and the combo is that one. So we've got that. It's box 2 if you start counting at 0. Yes, exactly. My computer science upbringing has come full circle, or something. Okay, so what are the digits in this row that are left? 6 and a 4, and we know the order. I'm a complete opportunist when it comes to questions of whether you start counting at 1 or 0. Whichever one makes the numbers work out nicer. Okay, so because of the 2, 3, 4 triple in this, we actually get the 7 and the 8 over there. I was going to try and do Sudoku 1-8, but 8 and 9 into this box, but that's obviously not going to work. Okay, so these numbers are something. They're certainly not 2 or 4 or 3, but they're already not 3 apparently. This is a 1, 6, or 7, and it's not a 1 or a 7, so it seems to be a 6 with a 7 and a 1 over there. Seems to have given me a 5, 6 over there. Oh, that seems to have given me a 3 over here, with a 4, 5, 6 there. So let's look across these boxes. So that seems to give me a 3, 2, 1, 2, 8, 7, 5, 3 kind of thing going on. This arrow is really held out well. I've got to give a plum or whatever to the other arrow. Okay, what am I supposed to notice now? One of these is a 7. That doesn't look helpful. Oh, column 6 has an 8, 9 pair. There we go. Okay. So that is a 5 and a 7 and a 6 and a 5. Okay, that's a 2, 3 pair, which has made that a 4. That's assuredly going to do it. 7, 5. Now I can add 2, 5, and 1 to get 8. 6, 8, 9, 3, 5, 6, 4. Bravo. That's a hell of a construction there. Very nice, cleanly telegraphed from beginning to end. Everything is just super clean. If you ask the right question, you get the answer. Beautiful, beautiful. This is exactly what setters should be aspiring to create. Damn. Well done. Okay. Well, surprisingly, that means we have time for one more puzzle. Let's see what I can find that looks doable in half an hour or so. Let's see. Yeah, sure. We can do this. Nicholas Duhale Renbon killer puzzle. So familiar things. So what I see right away is this 10. I can't do something like 1-9 or 2-8 for this. That would make it too big. So this has got to be 3-7. No, even 3-7 is too far apart, isn't it? Because then I'd need a 4-5-6 over there. So actually, this just has to be 4-6 with a corner marked across boxes 5. Like that. Likewise, this can't be 1-8 or 2-7 So this has got to be 3, 6, or 4, 5. And this one we know isn't 4 or 6. So this one we know isn't 3 or 5. Okay, we can also do things like this certainly isn't 1, 2, 7. That would be too big. We could do 1, 3, 6 or 1, 4, 5. Yeah, let's do the same thing for the 11 while we're at it. So 5, 6 would be fine. 4, 5 or 4, 7 would be fine. I can't do anything better than that though. Or anything further apart than that. And then for this 13, we could do 6, 7, or we could do 5, 8. And we certainly can't get further apart than that. Let's see. And we know there's a 5 in here. Can I rule out this being a 5 now somehow? I'm not sure. The way these all sort of interface with each other. Should I just be asking? Yeah, 1 in this box is going to be really difficult, isn't it? Maybe I should just be asking that. Because I'm certainly not putting 1 on this Renbon or... Yeah, 1 just has to go in the middle of the box, right? Shouldn't I just have asked that right away? Because 1 would have made all... 1 on any of these Renbons would have made it 1, 2, 3, 4. And that doesn't work. So, yeah, I should have just asked, where does 1 go, followed by where does 2 go? And the only place 2 can go is here, right? Because I could do 2, 3, 4, 5. But I should do the 1 dance first. Well, I shouldn't do the 1 dance. I would hurt myself. I should let Zach do the 1 dance. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Woo! Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wah! Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, boo-doop, ba-doop, boo-doop, boo-doop, boop, boo-doop, boo. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Okay, I feel very bad for Nico D for actually filling in all of these digits and not just placing the 1. It feels disrespectful, but we'll go on with our lives and place the 2, which then makes these be 4, 5 with a 3. Which makes this not be 4 or 5, which makes this not be 6 or 7. Now, we can also just as easily ask, where does the 9 go? Luna points out. And the 9 would need to go with a 6, 7, 8, 9, and the only place that can go now is here. So these are 6, 7. That is an 8. Oh, that 4, 6 pair makes that a 5 and a 4, which makes that a 5, which makes this a 3 if you look at it, because it can't be a 7. And we can get rid of our sort of ugly pencil marks. The 6, 7 pair makes that a 4. And a 6. And this now is an 8. And so 4, 7 doesn't work with 8. So 5, 6 does work with 8. Needs that to be a 7. It's a 7 and a 6. Okay. We approve of this idea. Okay, so we know that this Renbon needs to have a 5 and a 6 on it. The 6 is over here. The 5 is also over here. Just by Sudoku stuff. Let's see. Okay. 8 over there. There's a 3 over there. What are we doing with our lives now? Is there a reason 1, 3, 6 doesn't work? Otherwise, this would have to be 2, 3, 5. So certainly we don't have any number larger than 7 on this Renban. And that is certainly true. But yeah, I don't immediately see what I'm supposed to do with this one. Maybe I should be thinking about the big one instead. Well, I guess one thing I know is that this Renban has a 6 on it because it's a length 6 Renban. That's probably what I should be doing. This Renban has a 6 on it, and by that and this, that 6 is in one of these two cells. So there's no 6 involved in this. And there's also a 5 on this Renban, and that 5 is in one of these two cells. I can look and see, is there some dumb fact about 19 cages that have 5s and 6s? A 19 cage without a 6 never has a 5. Should that be obvious to me? How can that possibly be true? Yes, it makes sense. It's because of how 2-cell 14 cages work, is what's actually happened here, which is a little bit weird. Anyway, I'm not going to use it as the short version. But we got a 4 over here. Okay, this Renban needs a 5, so that 5 is going to be in here. This Renban needs a 4, which is going to be looking up over here. So this Renban needs a 4, which is going to be over here. Yes, and the upper Renban 6. Okay, the upper Renban 6 actually is in one of these two cells. So actually, if we chase this all the way around, we actually chased it all the way around the grid, we've actually placed the 6. The 6 is actually there. Okay, and so now this is either 1, 4, 5, or 2, 3, 5. So there's... Oh, wait, does that mean this always has a 5 in it? Yeah, this now always has a 5 in it, funnily enough. That I'll use. I don't think I don't feel guilty using that. So the 5 in this melange is in one of these two. Tristan has been using the word melange a lot lately, and it's been rubbing off on me. So there's a 5 over in one of these two cells. Oh, in fact, as well as a 4. These are just a 4-5 pair. Which then projects a 4 up into these cells. Through magic. These are a pair now. They're a 6-7 pair. Which projects a 6 down into these cells. And we actually know the 6 is in these two cells now. Oh, by the way, speaking of Nico D / Nicholas Duhale, depending on whether you're on LMD or otherwhere, remember that anti-knight Nico D puzzle we did last stream? The setter watched our solve and then said, wow, you totally skipped the intended break-in, and then reset the puzzle to avoid the break-in skip. And I everything with that anti-knight killer puzzle felt so intentional. It was mind-blowing to me that we could possibly have not followed the intended path. It was definitely one of those moments of like, how is that possible? I would have thought, but yeah, I saw it got posted. The new version got posted over on LMD and got posted on CTC testing. So yes, you got to try the new version and see if you can figure out what we did that we weren't supposed to do. Okay. So we've got lots of corner marks over here. If this was a 4, there'd have to be a 4 over here. Let's see. 5 in column 7. Ah, yeah, we've got our sort of aligning fives, right? In exactly the same way we did the aligning sixes, we have aligning fives, which now look up to place the 5 here, which is either going to go with 2, 3, or 1, 4. And we know that's not the 4, so that's not the 1. So if this does go up to 7, that's the 7. See, Todd has a point. Chat has declared 5 in row 8. Oh yeah, I said that, but I said that, Todd. I just wasn't going to use it because it was too ugly. But I did see that that was true. But it's a little too mealy. I was going to try and get around it. If I could like fill in a little bit more information to make it a little too but it was a little too like I said it and then I was like, so I like looked at the cage calculator and was like, every 3-cell 19 cage with a 5 also has a 6. And then it took me a while to convince myself that could plausibly be true. And it turns out, yes, it is true. And it's provable, but I don't love it. Okay, yeah, this 5 we've now said points left, so it rules 5 out of our 13 cage. So the 5's actually down in one of these 2 cells. Agree. This geometry is quite something. And we can certainly say things about like what is the like lowest highest digit or something. Like this digit's definitely in there over there, for example. Chronoarch 6 in box 8. Let's Chronomark 6 in box 8. You can place it in box 9, right? 6 is in one of these 2 cells by virtue of that. Those 6s line up. So therefore, that's not a 6. So therefore, that is very nice. Yeah, 6 in row 7, I guess, is a different way to say the same point. Yeah, there's definitely a like, what can Zeta see by skimming and see chat quickly? If these are a 4-5 pair, you break 4 5s in column 8. So yeah, this cell certainly always a 4-5 because it's that 4-5. We could catch up those. I think that's probably what they were getting at. Let's see. This digit can naively be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. I don't think it can be 1, because I would need 2 cells to sum to something way too big. What's the smallest possible highest digit that can be in a 3-cell 19 cage? Like 7 isn't high enough. So this needs to have an 8 or a 9 in it. So in particular, it definitely has an 8 in it, right? Is the thing. And that 8, actually, this is a very elegant way to do this. That 8 is in one of these two cells by Sudoku, right? So that's very nice. Okay, so there's an 8 in one of these two cells, which makes these 4, 5, 8. Like that. The other two cells are going to sum to 11. Yeah, just 4, 8 for this cell. I agree. So these sum to a minimum of 12. So this cell is certainly a maximum of 7. And if there's an 8 on the Renbon, there's not a 2. So this is 3, 7. Okay, so we've got, what do we need on this Renbon if we know we need a 7? So one of these two is a 7. We've got 4, 5, 6, and 8. And then we need a 7 or a 9. Yeah, if we put 5, 8 in the cage, then we need another 8 is fairly reasonable. Although it's one of those ones I much prefer that on the low side than the high side. But yeah, 5, 8 would not work. I suppose we could just do this as mod 4 math is probably the cleaner way to do it. We know what this is 0 mod 4, this is 3 mod 4, and 19 is also 3 mod 4. So therefore we need this number to be 0 mod 4, so it's a 4 or an 8. I like that better than the weird contradiction argument. So this is a 5. And now these two sum to 12. So therefore, this is a 7. I'm just very avoidant to, if you do this, then this, and this, and then it breaks. Like, it's not... It is AFK because the mod 4 argument isn't a contradiction argument. The contradiction argument of if I do this and then it breaks is just always going to be worse. And so I'm just always innately trying to avoid that kind of argument for something. So this is a 3 or a 9. Yeah, I think that's right. Forward looking versus backward looking. But generally, any argument that involves hypothesize this random thing, I'm going to be slightly hesitant to use. I was perfectly willing to use it in this case. It wasn't like over the line, but I found an argument that didn't do that, and I liked that better. Okay, this Renbon definitely needs both a 6 and a 7, Eckbert points out, because if it doesn't have a 7 on it, then it's capped at 4, 5, 6, which is 15, which is not enough. So there's definitely a 7 over there somewhere. Which means that there's a 7 in these cells, which, what's that? Now Nicholas has to redo the puzzle to avoid solvers using mod 4 math. It's very possible. That places the 5. Okay. So these two cells add to 6 or 7. That places this 5 while we're at it. Oh, the 4 corner mark is real. I'm being told. Where did the 4 corner mark even come from? Oh, right. The 4 corner mark. Right. Yeah, the 4 corner mark in one cell is real. Yes. Okay. So 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're allowed to use a... So this number is at most a 3. It better be a 3, because if it's smaller than 3, this Renbon needs a 2. And so therefore that makes that a 6 and that a 7. And this is an 8 now. That seems to be a 6 if I believe my corner marks in one cell. Okay. This column and this column are both pretty crowded. Let's fill them in. 929. I also think if puzzles are designed to use a killer calculator, I think it's totally fine to do forward-looking logic using a killer calculator. It just didn't feel like this puzzle was designed for that, so I was avoiding it. Let's see. Is there any digit that I know where it goes in this box, at least roughly? I fear there isn't, but I do know this digit's a 7, so it is useful in that regard. Oh, there's one more 5? Oh, there's no longer one more 5. There was one more 5, and then it went away, as 5s are wont to do. One of these two is a 3. I guess that's not immediately very useful. Yes, there's a 4, in fact, exactly here. So therefore that's a 2 or a 3. So therefore that's a 2 or a 3. So that's not a 2. Oh, it is being claimed that that was in fact not 9 5s, and that in fact, even though I see these 3 5s as the 5s for the first 3 rows, that in fact that's not the first 3 rows, and that in fact I should probably put a 5 there. I will do that in honor of the 5s that have come before. This cell can't be a 4 because it sees the 4 on this. Oh, in fact, the 4 on this renbon is placed. Yeah, dweb sees it at the same time. Actually, I was going to do something way nittier, but actually the 4 on this renbon, just because of that 4, just goes here. Okay, and so this is either a 1 or a 7. Oh, and it's not a 7, so it's a 1. So that makes that a 1. Which makes that a 4. Which makes that a 4. Okay. This cell has to be a 6 or a 7, because if neither of these, if this wasn't 6 or 7, this would be a 6-7 pair with a 4 here. It doesn't sound great. I guess the other way to say it is this 6-7 is here is a lot better. Okay, that cell I know is not a 1, so the 1 is in one of those cells, but that doesn't seem great by itself. That's a 7-9 pair, so therefore that's a 2, 3, 2, 9. The other thing is a 2. Other thing's an 8. One of these two is an 8. Let's see. So 7, 6, 5 is 18. So I guess the way to do this is that if I want to do 17 without an 8, it has to be 7, 6, 4, and it can't be. So there needs to be an 8 along this renbon, or in this thing in particular. Still doesn't quite get me somewhere where it feels nice, does it? Maybe with Sudoku. Uh, 1, 2, not 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is 1, 2, or 8, 9. Rough. These are also 1, 2, 8, 9. Well, 1, 2, 9, actually. No 8. The 8's over there. One of these two is an 8. There's a 1 over here. Oh, this is a octuple. So that's the 1, in fact. Let's see. Does that mean I actually know any of these digits? 2, 3, 9. Don't think so. These are 1, 2, 9 as well. Yeah, we certainly can't put 1 or 2 on this renbon, given that we've got to have an 8 on it, as we've argued. So yeah, so this isn't 1 or 2. So that's definitely an 8 or a 9. Am I going to need a 3 in this box? I might actually need a 3 in this box. 1 and 2 in box 1. Right, okay. So Garion is getting me through this the nice way. 1 and 2 in box 1 are here. Like that. So now that 8, 9 over here makes that a 1 and that a 2. So this is a 3 or a 9, which now makes that a 2 and that a 1, which now makes that a 2. That's a very funny observation. AFK. 4 also. Yeah, we've got that. So let's see. What is it we have left in the rest of the grid? Do we have any nice additional things like that's a 3, 9 pair. So therefore that is a 1 and that's a 2. That's a 1 because of that 3, 9 pair. Let's see. Yeah, we know one of those is an 8. Maybe I should have pencil marked the cells that are actually in the cage that I'm interested in. Let's see. If this is not a 3, very plainly the cage sums to 1,000,000. Because then it'll be at minimum 6, 7, 8. So we can do that as a nice way to sort of clean that up without having to actually think about anything too untoward. Okay, so those are 3 and 8. Those add to 11, so that's a 6. And there we go. Very nice. Nice puzzle. It got off to a admittedly rough start with stream today with the puzzles that we chose, but then it got better, and I particularly want to commend, if they ever watch this, Alex C. This puzzle was an absolute delight. This is one of my favorite puzzles of the year, this arrow puzzle. So if you did not solve this arrow puzzle, I recommend going back and having a look at it. It is quite approachable, but also just gorgeous all throughout. All right, but that is going to be it for stream today. So thank you to everyone for hanging out. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream in whatever way you support the stream, be it with your likes. Hint, hint, please like the stream. Comments, particularly getting lots of comments on the Super Sudokuoid videos recently. You can look forward to the part where I somehow failed to see for an entire recording session that I'd unlocked a new rule. That is coming soon to a Super Sudokuoid series near you. And those of you who give financially, we of course greatly appreciate it. If you want to give us your money, it does help everything work out well. You can always do that with the donate button, the $sign button on YouTube, or join, or whatever your button says. I presume they change it to your currency if you're not in the US. But Thank you, everyone. And last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and Neil SF. Thank you so much. I'll see you all real soon. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.